welcome back to our Python programming course. In the previous lecture, we learned about Python operators. We explored arithmetic comparisons, arithmetic operators, comparison operators, logical operators, membership operators, identity operators, and operator precedence also. So these operators were important because they help us to perform calculations and compare values. But today we are going to learn something even more exciting. Today we are learning how to make decisions in Python. So before continuing to that, let us revise our previous lecture. So, so we are taking a quick revision of our previous lecture. So in the previous lecture, we started with the operators. So there are like 6 to 7 types of operators, like arithmetic operators, assignment operators, comparison operators, logical operators, membership operators, identity operators, and the operator present is the what appreciation of the Python gives a priority to which operators first. Okay. So let's understand what are operators. So an operator is a very similar keyword that tells Python to perform the specific operations on one or more values. Okay. So it also tells what actions it perform. Okay. For the operands, these are the values on which operator works. Then here we analyze what these different operators do. So arithmetic operators perform calculations, mathematical calculations. Comparison operators compares values. Logical operators compares conditional statements like the conditions we made from comparison operators can be used together by logical operators. Then assignment operator is used for assigning things or assigning values. Membership operator checks the existence, and the identity operator compare object identity. Okay. Then further we understand operator can also be used on strings also. Here I also gave you one expression. Here the 25 and 10 are the operands, and the plus symbol was the operator. Then we learned about arithmetic operators in details, like about addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, modulus, and floor division. And with exponential, we end these arithmetic operators. Here I also told you about these operators in details. So you already know about cell division operators, but yesterday the modulus operator came new to you. So here in modulus operator, we take the remainder as our output. For the floor division, we take the quotient as our output, but without the decimal places. For the exponentiation operators, we used to calculate the powers. Okay. Here I also wrote a table so that you can't get confused. We also talked about some linear mistakes also. If you have watched previous lecture, you know what other linear mistakes people do often here. For the assignment operators, these are used for assign value to a variable. There are like one type of assignment operator is simple assignment operator used to assign a value to a variable. Then we have addition assignment operator that used to assign a increased value to a variable. For the subtraction, it is the same, like it decreases, multiplication is multiplies, and division it divides. For the modulus it is used to assign the modulus of a initial value with the given value, like the given in the with the given value that is given with the assignment operator, modulus of assignment operator. For the floor division, it's also the same. It just assign the floor value, same as for exponentiation operators. Okay. Here I also wrote a table so that you can't get confused. Also, we have done a mini exercise here also, so you can get the output. Okay. Then there are also the common mistakes, like people get confused between a simple equal to double equal to, like that also. So here I also give you a technical definition about what are comparison operators that it is used to compare two values, and they return boolean values like true or false. Here we are compared with the help of double equal to, not equal to, greater than, less than, greater or equal to, and smaller equal to. The equal to compares whether these both values are equal or not. Not equal to is just opposite of that. Then greater than operator is used to tell whether a value is greater than other or not. Smaller tells whether a value is smaller than other number or not. The greater than and smaller than operators are same, but they also get true when the both values are same. Here we also do a practice exercise also. Then some mistakes we have uh, like learn about these mistakes. Then we come to the logical operators. Like these are used to get results of a combination of two or more conditions. Okay. So here we use with condition one and condition two. So there are three types of logical operators we have learned, like AND or AND not. So for the AND operators, it gives true when all values are true, or it gives true if one is true, and not it reverses the Boolean value. So here we also do a mini exercise with and also learn some mistakes people often do here. For the membership operators, they are used to check whether a value exists inside another object, the string, list, tuple, and dictionary. These are all data I will we will study in the later upcoming lectures. For this membership operator, you can say that whether like for a string, I can say you have already known strings, whether a part of a string is exists in the main string. So it is used to check only that, like P in Python. For the identity operator, they are used to compare identity of two values. They check whether a variable is referring to the another variable or not. Like A is B, if here B A is referring to the other variable or not. Okay, so then we have learned some mistakes also here that we can mostly do. Then we learned about the operator precedence, like on for which operator the Python gives the priority first. So we have learned that for the first priority there was parenthesis, then second for explanation, third for or multiplication, division, through division and modulus, then fourth is for plus and minus, and fifth for comparison, six, seven, and eight for not and or. Then we also do some of the exercises here. Then I also learned some of our beginner mistakes people do, like they forget to use parentheses and they forget the regulation float and confused with the single equal to and double equal to operators also. Then here I have give you some of the assignments. I hope you have already done these assignments as your homework. So for this first assignment, this is a very simple assignment. You have only print the addition, subtraction, multiple division like this operations on these two values. For assignment 2, you have to like create a variable name score and assign 50 to it. For the assignment 3, you have to compare these values by and print out by all these operators and you use the output by comparison operator. Okay. For the assignment 4, you have to create two variables, like one with is equal to true and one which has id is equal to true. You have to check conditions like has age at least 18 and a valid id. For this condition, you have to check by these variables. For the assignment 5, we have membership operators, which is used to check whether a random length exists in the string or not. Okay. Then I have also gave you some of the mini coding challenges, like take two operator numbers as input and operate them only by all arithmetic operators and with comparison operators also. So let's just come to our lecture 5 here. So as I already told you, in this lecture, we are going to learn conditional, you can say, how to make decisions, like conditional decisions, you can say. So firstly, the why do we need conditional statements to make decisions, and why do we need to make decisions? So like think about your daily life. You take many decisions without realizing, like it's raining, whether you should carry an umbrella or not, if you're hungry, you should eat food or not, if you finish your work, you have to make sure you have to do some other work. Every action depends on a condition. That's why here we are studying condition statements so we can make these different decisions out of it. So let's understand what is decision making within technical definition. So for the decision making, we can say it means choosing one condition, one condition or we can say one action based on whether a condition is true or not. Okay. Unlike the computer cannot think like human, it simply checks whether a condition is true. Like if the Condition 2, then it perform one action. If a condition is false, then it's perform another action, or it perform no action at all. So this process is called decision making in simple words. You can say that. For the real example, you can say like traffic light, how it uses the decision making. Let's if the light is green, you can go. If the light is yellow, you have to wait, and for the red, you have to stop. For the real example too, you can say that ATM machine. Firstly, if when you write the pin in the ATM machine, it checks whether the pin is correct or not. Then it process the other actions. So they are also based on the decision making. And there are many more also like login systems, online shopping, college girl system also. In college, you can say like in college there are many conditions like whether a person has scored the marks greater than a particular value, so he or she can achieve that particular grade or not. So a conditional statement allows Python to execute a certain code only when a condition is satisfied. So like if the temperature value is above 35 degrees Celsius, we can display like it's a hot day. If the user older than 18, allow registration. If the account balance is sufficient, allow withdrawal. So these are the you can say basic examples where we can use our condition statements. So for the conditions, they, as you already know, they return only two values that can be either true or false. Okay, so you have to remember that all the actions will be performed on these two outputs only. For the everyday life analogy, you can say that if you like unlocking a door lock with a fingerprint, the system in the door lock checks whether your fingerprint is right or lock, and if the fingerprint is right, it unlocks the door, and otherwise it doesn't unlock it. So you can say for some of the applications here, like it is used in banking applications, ATM machine, hospital management systems, online shopping, games, mobile apps, artificial intelligence systems, and chatbots. So without condition statements, there will be no programming at all, and program will perform same action many and many times. So let's understand why we are reading these topics and why this topic is important. So in Python or in programming, the conditional statement are one of the most important building blocks of programming. So once you understand how to make decisions, you will be able to create much more interactive programs by your own. This is the point where programming starts becoming truly exciting. So now we have learned the importance and what is decision making. Let's uh, go to our next question, which is how to write a decision in program. So in Python provides us a keyword which is named as if. So by using if, we can write a decision making program. For example, if we start our program here, for example, just I'm saying to you, and if we start the program, then the program structure is like that, where it checks the age. So if we started and then if it's checked if age is greater than or equal to 18, firstly it checks. Then there are two outcomes in that also. If age is greater than 18 or if age is not greater than 18. So here it becomes two conditions for you. So if age is greater than 18, like it is the condition is true, like age is greater than 18. And for the second condition, if it is not, we will write here false. So it will print. What if it will print? It will print here. If the age is greater than 18, it will print here eligible. But here it will print What it will print? Not eligible. So you can say it is a flow chart by which you can understand how decision making works in Python or any other programming language. So this is a rough basic idea. First we check a condition, then we get the output of both conditions, and we write the program on the basis of all two outputs. As I previously said to you, there are only two outputs, true or false. So we write condition for both these outputs. So let's come to our next section, that is how we write this in a Python. So in Python provides us Python provides us a statement called if statement. So by this we can write here our decision making statements. So firstly we understand what are if statements. So for the if statement, it tells like whether something is true or whether something is true. Like it only works when a condition is true. If the age is greater than 18, like if the age would be greater than 18, then it will print eligible. Like for the if only, this part only will get executed. The this part will not execute it because it can't work on the false output. It only works on the true output here. So I should write here. Okay. So you can say here works on true output. Okay. So next, you can say by a real life example, you can say like if you're going outside, then you think if it's raining, I will take an umbrella. So you can't say like if it's not raining. If it's raining, you will definitely take an umbrella. So it is a like on a simple statement like where you condition is only true here. So for the syntax part, you can like here for the syntax for if. So for the syntax, we write here firstly if, then we write the condition here. Any condition we write here, or you can say we can write also in the brackets also. I prefer you to write in brackets any condition. It is make much more readable. Then here we press enter. Now we write a tab space, you can say. Actually this is a part of the indentation. We will also talk about this in later in this lecture only. So here we like put a tab or a space, and like tab is mostly used here. Then we will write here our statement that we want to perform if the if condition gets true. Okay. So if we understand by this word here, the if is a keyword as you already know. The colon tells Python that a block of code is about to begin. Actually, it is the starting point of the block of code that we use to execute after the if conditions if the if statement is true. Then the indented statements is only executed if this part is true. Exactly, the colon tells us the starting of the block of code. So now we understand what is indentation. So, as you already know, if you have learned some of the other programming languages, you know already that they use curly braces for indentation. Other programming languages, like mostly, not talking about all, mostly use like curly brackets for indentation. Indentation is like it separates the like the condition like from this statement, the condition statements. So it separates the block of code from this statement. You can roughly understand by this only. So in Python we used the indentation. So usually we use a tab space or four spaces for the indentation here. For example, if I give you here a simple print example, if true, then if I give a tab here and write print welcome. So this statement will always true because that is true here. We already run true previously. So let us run in our code editor also. So we have already came into our code editor and now we make a new file here and write fifth dot py. So if I write here, first here simply write print here. If I write print hello world, you can say like it's a simple object, definitely will not give any error. You see, but if I just write here a simple tab space, then you can say here it gave an error like unexpected indentation. So you can't give the space here in Python. So it gives an error like indentation error. So you should like remember this. Okay. Then if I remove this and paste our code, like if true, then print welcome. So here, if I already know it is a keyword here, if I hover on this, will it give some information about that? No, it's not here. So then true here is like if the condition is true. Here we have already written true the output of the condition, so it will definitely work the our statement. Then we have write print welcome. Here if I give no space, it will give expected indented block. Because the code of block was starting here, it required a space. If we run that, it will give error. So if I give one space, no problem. By giving a single space, it will also work. But usually programmers give a tab space. By using the tab button on your keyboard, you can give a tab space here or a four spaces. So this is the basic concept of indentation here. So now we have learned what is indentation and how it is used. So let's make some if more if programs also. Like if I write here, as we know what is the syntax here, we will follow the syntax only. If I write here, if firstly I take a variable age is equal to 18, then I will write here if age is greater equal to 18, then greater or equal to 18. So what is this? This is our condition here. This is our keyword and this is our condition here. Then after condition according to syntax we have to put a colon. Then after that we have to put enter, or you can simply write like this also print. Then also we'll get no output. For the single statement only. If you want to only print a single statement, if I write here print like you are eligible to vote. You okay? So you can know that no error will come here, but it only works for a single statement. We can't write here like another statement. Okay. So if I remove this or if we try to write here print, you are saying that the statement must be separated by new lines or semicolon. For the another statement, for the we have to like change the line. Then if I write here print or like anything if you should write like here this symbol, then it will work. But if I have to write here this also, then this is telling that string must be separated by new lines or semicolon. Okay, so it will not work that way. If I remove this and like enter this, you can say that the VS Code editor automatically gives me a indented space. And if I try to run that, you can say no error here. If I try to remove this, we will get a expected in the block error. Okay, so that's the main purpose of your telling. Now we will try to change the value for here. What if we change the value with something error will give? So if I change the value to 15 here, you can see nothing happens here. Why nothing happens? Because 15 is less than 18, and for this 15 value we have not written any block of code here. So that's why nothing is printing here. However, there the code is running and there is no error in our code. So that's why here nothing is printing. Let's take another example for the marks one. In all school you have all calculated marks. If I take marks here is equal to 85, then I write a statement if marks is greater or equal to 40, then I have to print anything congratulations. Wow, congratulations and exclamatory marks to passed. I have write a wrong spelling I think. No, it's right. So if I run this, you can say what with the output you can already assume the marks are greater than 40. So definitely this code will run. If I try to run this, you can see conversion you passed has been printed here. Okay. So now do this in the more interactive way. Like here, if I write here user interaction is required. So if I write here age is equal to int, because I'm taking age, you already know by int function we can change the string value to an integer. And right here input enter your age. Now we have a age variable and we'll write here if age is greater equal to 18, then you can print here. What you can print? You can apply for driving license. Okay, so here is the so our the output will depend on the input here. So if we try to run this, firstly it will ask my what is the enter what is my age. So if I put here 18, so can you tell me what will be the output here? If it will be nothing or it will print like you can apply for driving license. So let's just right here, let's just enter print and like and there he is like writing you can apply for driving license because here is like greater or equal to greater than equal to, है ना? So like it also gives true for this condition, for this particular condition, the value, the output will be true because here is greater or equal to operator. If you have watched previous lecture, you know why it is become, why the output is coming. Okay, if I test another value, like if I delete this and text with like 20 value or less than 18 value like 15 value, then you can say nothing happened. Only this block of code ran. This block of code doesn't run. Okay. Then for the I can also say example with the length of the password. Here you are also like here if we take the password and right here Python 123, and if I write here if now if here is the part of writing the condition, so I advise you to write in the curly braces only. Okay, if I write here now there is a new function I'm introducing to you, length function. So it tells the length of a string. We will study different functions of strings and the methods of string in when we learn string, the other string list and these data types in detail when we understand these data types in detail. First, this is just for the introduction part only. If the length of the password, like our password is what is greater than what? Let's just take it. Then what you have to print? I have to print that print password or password length is is acceptable. Okay. Let's just execute this. So you can say password length is etc. because the length of this is one. If I take one, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9. If I write here like 9, what will be the answer? Can you guess it? The answer will be password length is etc. because the whole password is of 9 length. If I write here 10, I think it will not work definitely. If I run this, then say nothing output came. So that's why here you can also you learn a new function. You can say a len function. So let's understand the flow of a if statement in detail. So here we like if the so let's just understand the flow of the if statement. So firstly, it starts with the when the program starts. Then here it comes to our condition, checks the basically check the condition. Then the condition may be true or it can be false here. So then it checks whether the condition is true or whether the condition is false here. So then it checks here whether the condition is true or it will check whether the condition false here. Then it will execute only for the true ones. Not it will not execute for the false ones. Here the program will stop. Our program will stop. It will not work anything here. After here, like you can say right here, the program only. So our program will stop here. It will not do anything. But for the true one, it will execute the statement written in the other block of code. So for this, for the true statement, if it will what will happen here? It will like execute here, execute the block. So this is the flow chart you can say for the your if statement. So let's come to the four common grammar mistakes people do while writing this if statement. Okay, so let's come to the first common beginner mistakes. So, for the if, if age is greater or equal to 18, then print eligible. So can you recognize what is the error here? So the error here is not writing the colon. So you should always try to write the colon here. Otherwise you will got a syntax error. So I will write here forgetting the colon. Next for the mistake two, people give the wrong indentation here. Like for the mistake two, wrong then oh here people write if age is greater equal to 18 or 10, they write here print eligible. Okay, here a space is required. Okay, space is required here. So for the next mistake, people often write like if want to check or something, like if they want to check, they use assignment operator in place of uh, comparison operator. So if I write here, if age is equal to 18, then print eligible. So what if we try to run this on the code editor? If I comment this and this also and try to execute on our not this here. Because here what is happening here? They expected here what colon because they think the statement end only after this. So they are expecting here colon. If I try to run this, you say that it's giving error invalid syntax. Maybe you meant double equal to or this. So what is this symbol? We will also talk about this later here. So let's just remove this. It is the wrong way of writing. Here you should use comparison operator. Okay. For the mini practice activity, here is a little exercise. Like I am writing a code here, and you have to print the output for it. If I write here a variable name as number and assign a 12 value in it, and for the next statement, if I write if number is greater than 10, then what you have to do, you have to print. What you have to print? Program is finished. So now here you have to tell what will be the output of this program. I think we have already know what the output of this program. Let's run it on R. editor. If I try to run this, you can see the it is written program is finished. Why it is written program is finished? Because our number which is 12 is greater than 10. If I write here 1 which is less than 10, then it will not give any output here. Okay, so this is our mini activity. Now for the real life application of this only if program, like that it is used in almost every software applications, any software applications like for the ATM cash withdrawals and login verification, age verifications, online payments, shopping discounts, exam system, many examples are here. So let's just take a quick recap of this if statement. So we started if from here. So here. Then the Python provides a statement called if statement. The main property of this statement is it only works on true output. If a condition is true, then it will work only there. Here we have learned about the syntax of the if program. Then for the other programming language, mostly use curly brackets for indentation, but in Python we use like tab space or four space or single space, but mostly we usually use tab space. I've also told you a method how to use without indentation for a single statement. So if so here I told you the functioning of a if statement with the help of flowchart that it only work in this way. Here, if the condition is become false, the program will stop here. But if the condition is true, it will execute the block of code. We will also learn about the else statement in the next upcoming sessions, not the other lecture in this lecture only. So here, I also told you some of the minor mistakes that people often forget: the colon here, wrong indentation, age is greater than 18, and the other things also. So let's just come to our next comparison operator, which is our third we use equal to in place of comparison operator. So here it is also a bit of mistakes people often do here. Now let's just go to our next topic, which is what if the condition is false? What should we give the output in that condition? So we will now understand that output also. So for that we use two statements, like if we already use, and for the other false condition we use else statements. Like in the previous we have already learned about the if statement, but imagine like you have a school system. If a student mistakes like scores 40 or above, you will print the condition you have passed. But if the student score less than 40, then what? No output. So by using else we can write here, sorry, you have failed your exam. So let's understand what is an if-else statement by you can say a simple definition. Right here, writing if else statements. So we will write here common like a simple definition of that. Like it is used when we want to perform one action if the condition is and other action if the condition is false. So here we actually uh, write two block of code for one false condition and one true condition. For the simple word, you can say that if this condition is true, do one thing, otherwise do another thing. For its you can say syntax, we can write here. Firstly, we will write a simple the syntax of the if copy paste. We write here the if, then we write here conditions. You can also put your condition the parentheses also. As I already told you, this like improves the readability. And we write here the block of code, block of code we want to execute. Okay. Then for the else, we write here the block of code we want to execute if the the condition is false. Here we will write if condition is true. Here we write if the condition is false. Okay. So let's understand the syntax by a flowchart also. So firstly, we will start our program by here. Okay. Then the programs firstly checks the positions. So when we will come here, it will check the conditions here. It will check the condition here, whether the condition of our condition is true or false. So here are two ways of here, whether our condition is true or whether our condition is false. So if our condition is true here, then what? Then it will execute the if statement. If our condition is true here, it will execute if statement. But what if our condition is false here? Then our condition is false here. Then it will execute. What it will execute? It will execute our else statement. Okay. So after that, the whole program will go to an end. We will write here. After that, our whole program will come to an end. So you can say it is a whole flowchart of how these if and else works here. The program here checks whether condition is true only once. It for the about the if a condition is false to this part, if condition is false, this to this part, true if this part, then false if this part. For example, we will take our previous age eligibility, this one, age eligibility example only. For example, if I write here, if age is greater equal to 18, so we have to print here. What you have to print? You are eligible to vote. Then we will here they see one mistake here we have forgot to write the column. Now here I will write here else and wait common or column here, and then I will give one indentation also and write here print you are not eligible to vote. So this whole program gives us the two output. Whether depends on the conditions. Let's copy this program and like paste here. Here we take age as our input. We write here enter age. Okay. So let's just run this program. Firstly, it will tell us to write our age. If I write here 18, it will enter you eligible to vote. If I write smaller than 18, if I run this and write smaller than like 17, then it will write you are not eligible to. So you can select it's take us with both part also. If I am eligible, if the condition is false, and if the condition is true. However, you can also say if the condition is not true. Okay, then you will eligible. Then it will print this statement. Okay, so you can say it is the basic syntax here. The else, the if syntax I already told you. For the else, you have to write the else keyword. Then no condition you have to write here. Only you have to uh, write one of the column here and write out the block of code in the next line. Write given the indentation block also here. So this is our example. Now, if I try to give a like another example of this, so you can get comfortable with else also. If I take marks here, what if I take like a 95, 96 will I take and 96.0. If I write here, if marks is greater or equal to let's say 40, then what should I write here? Print past. Otherwise, I will write here else, and I will write here if I write here else, and I will write here print not. Okay, so let's run this block of code and see what happens here. You see here writing first because our masses is 90. If I write here 12, then what will happen? It will write not pass. So these are the basic example of if and else. So here now we will do some real use case example to find whether a number is even or odd. So let's understand on what condition our number is even. So if a number is fully divided by 2 and the remainder remains here 0, then it is, you can say, even number. Otherwise, it is odd number. Okay, so it is a basic logic here. So we have to use here. You can like focus on this thing. Here you can say like we have to focus on this remember thing. How do we find remainder in Python? I already told you we find remainder by modulus operator. So here I will write my code like if remainder, like I'm writing a rough code. If remainder is 0, then print what to print. Then you have to print is even, and then I will write else part. Else you have to print what you have to print. Else you have to print odd here. Okay, so let's do this. So let's just do this on our code editor. If I write here, like if I take a num as an input, if I write here input and write here enter number, then if I write here if num modulus by 2, because we have to find the remainder into is double equal to, not single equal to y is equal to 0, then what we have to do? Then we have to write print what we have to print. Actually, we'll write here num is even. Then for the next line, we will write here else and what it is running. Then we will write here else and write here what is coming forward. Then I will write here print num is. So let's just run our program here. Actually, it was to write the number. If I write here 8, then it will tell 8 is even. If I again run it and write our number 9, so it will tell 9 is odd. So what if I put the number 0 here? If I put the number 0 here, it will say 0 is even, because if you divide 0 by 2, so what it will take? It will take 2 0 0, and the remainder will become 0 also. I will tell you how it is coming even. Like if I write here, this is your division, how you take division. Now, if I take like here 2 and here I will take 0, then if I take two ones are 2, then it will be greater than this. So it will take two zeros to be 0. So then our answer will be here 0 only, because 0 minus 0 is equal to 0. So by this concept, you can like say that our it is taking as even. We can also write here also an AND property, like num cannot be equal to 0. Okay, then in that case it will print num is odd. If I write here 0, then it will print num is 1. Okay, because of the AND. Here I can also write right before here, or I will tell you later when we study if else statement. Okay. Otherwise, we will get confused between if and else. Else statement. Okay. So let's just also take an example to find whether a number is positive and negative. So for the number to be positive, it should be greater than 0, and for the negative, it should be less than 0. So here we take a num variable and right here input and term. Then here we will check by if statement. If num is greater than 0, then what? If num is greater than 0, then print. What to print? You have to print num. Num is positive. Okay. For the else statement, you can write here. Okay. I write here else and write here print num is negative. Okay. So when I will try to run this, first it will ask me to write enter the number. If I write here 5, it 5 is positive. If I write again, if I write here minus 1, then it will say my 1 is negative. What if here I also put 0? If I put here 0, it will say 0 is negative because I have put here greater. Okay. If I put here greater equal to 0, then it should put positive 0. So if I run this and enter here 0, then it will put 0 will is positive. Okay. Also, we can do some basic programs of like with strings also. As you can see, if I write here, um, it is for the password verification program. If I take here a string password, okay, as an input from the user, um, and, here then I check if this password is what if I return equal to is equal to Python equal to 3, then what print entered password was okay. So let's start this program. Also, if I try to run this, I write here enter, I write the Python, okay. Enter password was right. If I write, what if I write here in? Let's try with in also. In. Let's see what will be answer. If I put the same password, right here. And if I write Python 123, it will also give enter password right, but there is a catch here. If I delete this and if I run this, and then if I write here only Python, then it will also give entered password was right because Python is also a part of all this Python 123. So by there, it will check if I write the P here also, then it will also guess it correct. Okay. So we will also got here comparison operator only. Okay. Then complete examples. Now let's discuss some of the beginner mistakes here also. Okay. Here, this I have told you about this that how does this division happen. Okay. So I am like putting it in sideways. Okay. I mean, okay. So let's just talk about some beginner mistakes here people often do. So what are the mistakes here like forgetting the colon here? Also, like if they write same for the previous, if they write age, right here column, if age is greater than 19, then here they write column and they write for some code. But for the else part, if they write else and write directly here something, then it will be the wrong thing. Okay. So please remember to write the colon here. Okay. Okay. For the next mistake for the indentation, if you are giving like else and simply writing there only, so it is actually wrong here. Okay. So this is also wrong here. So let's come to our next mistake. That is people often use equal to or in place of double equal to in strings comparison. Okay. Now let's do some of the mini practice of activity where you have to print the output of our code that I will write here. So let's take a in a, like our variable temp where its value is 32. Here write the code if temp is greater than 35, then here I have made a mistake. Not I have not written here colon. So print here. What to print? What day? What then? What else? I will print. I will print. Okay. So what do you think the output of this is? Let's run it on our code to check whether you are guessing correct or not. I paste it there. You can see that if I run this, the answer is get weather. What if I change here 32 to 40? then you can say the output will be changed. Then the output here will be on day. So let's come to some of the real life application of the reference. Same as it, they are used for ATM machines, logging systems. For the logging system, they say if the password not correct, they will send a message that your entered credentials was not fit. The incident alert system, same examples, mobile apps, artificial intelligence system, etc. Okay. So let's revise this if else part. So where is if else? It is used when we want to perform one action. The condition is true in the end. If the one action and if the condition is false, then the other action will be executed. So it is a you can say a basic syntax you can say I have written here. Then I have unexplained this if else with the help of a flowchart also. That the program started checks condition. If it is true, then it execute if statement. If it is false, then it will like take the else statement. Also here we have write a simple code also for the eligibility. If a person is eligible to vote or not, then we will check whether number is odd or even. Here I have also told you some of the bigger mistakes. Okay, that how people forgot to write colon here, not given indentation here. Write equal to and double equal to. Then we have also write do some here many challenges. So let's now just know that we have easily handled two of the outcomes. If there are two outcomes, what if there are more possibilities of that? What if there are like grading systems, like for grading A, B, C, D for the particular type of marks? Or I maintain a traffic light, giving red, yellow, green, three possibilities, whatever, only handling two only. So how we can handle that? So for that, we will learn the elif statements. Okay. So let's just go to our elif statements. So for that, right here, the if. Firstly, we have studied if, then we have studied if else, then where we will study if elif, then else. So where it is used, where it is used when there are more than two possibilities. So it is used mostly when we have to check when the multiple conditions are true or not. So for the like definition purpose, I should give you these are used when we want to check. What we want to check that multiple conditions after one another. Okay. So actually Python checks condition from top to bottom. Firstly it will check if then else then else. If if condition was true, it will skip the other blocks like if and else. So for the syntax part, the syntax is like that. First we will use if. You already know the syntax of it. If condition one, we will write you should write in the brackets like condition one here. I will put column and write here statement one for the else, then he will write here for in place of I will write here elif, and we will also write the condition here. Remember this condition two, then we will write here statement two, then again we can use elif, and we can use elif multiple times, okay, according to the conditions. Like condition three, okay, like here statement three. Then at the end we will write else statement, and we will write here what statement. So this is our whole syntax of if, elif, and else. So how this actually works, like firstly Python will check the if statement. Firstly Python will check if statement. If statement is correct, then it will skip all this elif, if, elif, else. If it is wrong, then it will check about this elif condition. If this correct, then it will all is wrong. Then if all two is wrong, then it will check third condition. If third condition is right, it will exit. And at last, if all these three conditions are wrong, then it will exit the else statement. Okay. So let's understand in more detail by using the flowchart diagram also. So firstly, we will write here start. Then see here when the program starts, then it will comes to a conditions. Firstly, then it will check what it will check, whether a condition is true or not. So firstly, it will check a condition first, that this condition. Okay, so that's right here. Condition first. Then it will check. Then there are can be two outputs of this condition. So if I write here two outputs, then there will be two outputs. One is true. If the output of the condition is true, then what will happen? It will execute the code written on that written below that condition. Executes code. And after that, it will end it, like it will end the program. But for the what if condition becomes false? What if condition becomes false? Then for that, it will go to condition 2. It will check condition 2. Then here it will write condition 2. Then it will check if the condition 2 is true or false. So let's just if it is true, then same this code this will happen. The code will be executed and the program will end. Okay, if condition becomes true. Okay, so if I try to copy this and paste here, this will happen. But if it becomes false, if it becomes false, then what will happen? If it becomes false, then it will check for condition 3. Simple as that. Now it will check for condition 3. Now, for the condition 3, there are also like whether it can be true or it can be false here. It will check also that it is true or it is false. So it will check here. If it is true, then the whole code is executed. And if it is false, then what will happen? If it is false here, then you can say in our program there are only condition 3, and it will move to else. If it is false here, then it will move to else here. Okay, else, else part of loop. Okay, and then our program will get to an end. Okay, so how this is how the whole if else work. Firstly, it will start and check condition one. If it is true, then execute execute code and end of the program. If it is false, then it was condition true. If it is true, then it execute code and end of the program. Or if it is false, then it check a condition three. If it is true, then it execute code and end the program. If it is false, then it will go to the else block and execute the else block. Okay, so you can understand this by this whole. You can say a flowchart type diagram. You can say you can understand why this. Okay, so let's take an example of this if else if elif else. So for the example of this, so let's take our first example with designing and student grade system. So the requirement of the system is like if marks is greater or equal than 90, then we have to print. What we have to print? I should not write that. Then I have to print grade A if the marks is greater equal to 75, then we have to print grade B if marks is greater equal to 60, then print grade C if marks is greater equal to 40, then print grade D. And for the else part, we have to print fail. Okay, so that's the requirements of the whole problem. Let's get to our code editor and write here our program. So firstly, we will take our marks as the input. Okay. Also we are have to write input. In the next line, I also write input. Then in the next line, we will write for the full purpose. I will write here one extra also that if marks is greater equal to 100, not greater equal to, just greater equal to 100, then print with that. Then we have to print here. What we have to print? Like we put entered marks be greater than maximum. Okay. And we will add here L if marks is greater equal to 90. Then what I have to write? I have to write here print grade A. Then again L I will for marks is equal to 80. Then I will write here print grade B. L if marks is greater equal to 17 or plus 75. Then I have to print 75 or we should say 70. What I forgot what if we are the 90 grade A for 75 grade B. Okay. So I will write here 75. Okay, according to the question. Then I will write here 60 and write here grade C. Then for the L if marks is greater equal to 40, then I will write here grade D. Okay, and for the else part, I will write here print cell. So let's just run this program. Here we entered like 101 marks. Here comes with enter marks not be greater than the maximum marks. Okay. So if I run one more time and write here like 56, yeah, I have the grade D. Okay. So how you can it's working here? You can put another value also. Like if I have put 92 and grade A, I put here um, 73 or 75 grade B. So working like that. Okay. I know I can know that you can already answering these values. So for the next exercise we are making for the next exercise we are making here a traffic light. So as you already know, for signal values, that if it is green, then what we have to do? Like the green, then we have to get output as go. If it is yellow, then output is slow down or wait. Or the red, it is stop. Okay. Let me make this also. Firstly, comment this. Then here I will write another. Like firstly, I will write make a signal variable and real. Then I will write a statement if signal is double equal to red, then print stop. If not, if if signal is double equal to yellow, then print here. Slow down and else, not else as well because if the this is hanging wrong output, then if elif signal is double equal to green, then let here and go. Now for the else part, let here print invalid signal. Okay, so this is the whole program we have made. So let's just run this and see what output came. Oh, very slow down. Okay, right here, red, and what will output? Stop. If I write here green, so we go. If I write here like small green, it will be invalid signal. So as you can see here, it is following the whole of case sensitivity over there. So this is the whole project program of the traffic light. So we can also make a like weekday of the week predicted by the numbers also. Like you can write here day, day, TikTok. So for that, therefore, you have to put a day like if one, then Monday, if two, then Tuesday, if three, then Wednesday, if four, then Thursday, if fifth, then Friday, if sixth, then Saturday, if seventh, then Sunday. Okay, let's do this. If I take like for the input, should we take input or we should take a variable? I think we should take input int the random is equal to int input enter day num. Then here we will write as if num is double equal to 1, then what? Print number. Then if num is double equal to 2, then print 2 is there. And then if num is double equal to 3, then print here I have not put the font. As I already told you, these are the mistakes people often do. Then and if num is equal to 4, then I will write here print. And here second or 3 should be Wednesday, not Thursday. Because it should be Thursday. Then for 5, it should be print day. And for the 6th, it will is equal to then for the 7th, I will print here Sunday. Okay. So if we take here else also, write here also, and we'll just run this, enter the day number, like what should I put? 3, we did Wednesday. if I run it, if I put your sixth, this like this, you can make a random data by using this number. Okay, so it's not that hard, easy one. Okay, so here I told you one thing that here order of the conditions matter here. If in this program only, if I write, if I comment this program and uncomment this program, so you know what will happen if I just put this code here, what will happen? However, both is the same. What if the if I write here 90, then it will give grade B here. Why? Why it's doing it? Because 90 is greater than B. If firstly it was getting the 91, the 21 was giving, then he was thinking 20 and was using the program. But however, it will take 75. It was 90 is also greater than. So if I can also put an for the correct thing, I can also put an and write marks is smaller than 90. Then it will work correctly. You can say if I delete this and run this and write here 90. Then you can say nothing doing correct now. So if we're not doing like and or here, just or we should do the correct order of it. Okay. So it is just for an example purpose only. Okay. So please remember to do the correct order here. Okay. Now we should come for the common beginner mistakes here. Like if I write here mistake one by using multiple statements instead of and we will although understand the full use case of the multiple statements also, but it is a bad practice to use my multiple statements instead of if-elif. Okay. So for the mistake two, forgetting the colon in everything. It is important forgetting the colon. I have also missed colon in them, but we have put memorize me to use the colon. Okay. We will also remember to use the colon. Then the mistake two, okay. Now let's do a mini practice activity. I will write here a code and you have to predict what is the output of that code. So here I am writing a score is equal to take a variable score and its value is 70. So now I am writing if this score is greater than equal to 90, then what I have to do, I have to print still and then I will take elif is score is greater or equal to 75, then print elif is score how to shift it, when, when, before the facts, on the when, yes, movement. Okay, so now we have to tell what is the like output of this program. Let's just copy here and paste in my pattern. And let's just run it. See, the answer is good. So why it is good? And to get the correct answer, because you will only give very good estimate if it is greater than 75. Okay, but our answer is 72. It is smaller than 75. That's why it will be very good. So it's a basic program. No much explanation required here. Okay, just remember the syntax and write. For the real life of the if, elif, and else, we say it is used in mostly student grading system. I have already told you program of the student grading system, ATM menu options, online shopping discount, rapid discount control, mobile recharge, and many other taken systems. Okay, so let's just take the quick recap of the if and if part. Okay, so we started if elif from here. So these are used when you want to check multiple condition after one and another. Okay, so here I have also told you how to write the syntax of this if elif and else, and I also made a big flowchart to like told you how this if elif statement works. So how it will condition works, then it will execute. If not, then for condition true. If the condition is false, then for condition true. Okay. Now I have give you one like exercise to make a student grading system here. We have also made that in the VS Code, but like we have made it in the student right here. Okay. Then there is a traffic light also is used, and we have made a dev also here. This one. We have made a great dev also. I advise you to write this program by yourself also one time. Then we told about the mistakes that people use if statements instead of multiple if statements, nested if statements. So it is very wrong. Okay. Forwarding the colon wrong indentation also. Here it is. I have also do some many sites like you have to put the output here. Where what is the output here? So here output was good for the 72. Okay. So after that we come to our next thing, that is nested if statements we will learn. Now we know how to handle multiple conditions using if and else, if, elif, and else. But sometimes one decision needs another decision inside it. For example, first check whether username is correct. Then you can only check that the password is correct or not. If the username is correct, then you will exit the program. If this condition happens, we use nested if statements. So we will learn now what are nested if statements. So before that, I may ask you a question about these if, elif, and else statements. Like, what if I give you a question or a like theoretical question? I give you like if if I like input a marks variable. Okay, then what if you I write this logic, right? If marks are like I'm writing in the rough like a rough code, not the exact syntax. If I write mask is greater than 90, then you have to print grade A For marks greater equal to 75, you have to print grade B. For marks greater than equal to 60, you have to write here grade C. For marks greater equal to 40, you have to print grade D. If marks is less than 40, okay, then you have to print fail. So here, like if I take the marks value as if I take marks value as any value, if I take marks value is equal to 82, according to you, which of these conditions will get fulfilled and why? So if I take marks as an input here, so then you can say that it will completely ignore that condition because our marks is not greater than 90. But for this condition, our marks is 82, which is definitely greater than say, 75. So our this condition will get satisfied. But our marks is also greater than 60 also, 40 also. So will these condition will get executed? The answer is no. In the if, elif and else statement, if if one condition got executed, the other will get discarded here. So these two conditions not executed. So our answer will be grade B here. Okay, this answer our answer will be. So by this I only want to teach you that if one condition get executed in this, the left one below conditions get discarded. So let's now move to our nested if statements. So in so far we have learned first here right here nested if statements. So far we have learned about if, else, and if, elif, and else. So by these statements, this only allows to make decisions in our program. But sometimes one decision depends on another decision. So in such situation, Python allows us to place one if statement on another statements. So here the nesting only means here to one inside another only. Okay. So that's why the main person of writing nested here is that we are writing one if statement inside another statement. Okay. So let's just I write a basic you can say a basic definition of this nested if statement. So it means by this technical definition you will be able to understand what this actually means. So it means writing and just make your notes with me also so you will learn forever. And if the statement inside another if statement, okay. So in this, the inner if statement will only work if the outer statement is true. If I write here if and another if and then another if, so if this statement is correct, then we go to this statement. If this statement is correct, then we go to this statement. If first one got wrong, so these both are discarded. If firstly is tick and the second is wrong, then our this is discarded. Okay. For this for this if to work, are these both should be true here. Okay, so this is the main thing I want to tell you by refer. Okay, so let's just take an example, real life example of the nested statements. So when you enter a like college library, the first is the safe security guard checks if you have a valid ID card or not. If the answer is yes, then you are allowed to enter, otherwise not. Firstly, it is also checked your library card active. If yes, then you may enter the library. If not, then access is denied. So here, when firstly the condition is checked, if I am wearing the ID card. So this is our condition first here. Then our next condition here is like if my library card is active or so. Firstly here security guard check like if my ID card is right or wrong. If it is right, then I am only allowed to enter this condition, which is to check my library card is active or not. If 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 my this condition got wrong, then I will not be able to enter this condition. Okay, so this is the whole point of this example. So firstly, I write the syntax here. So the syntax is pretty simple. Actually, we are using two if only. So for the syntax, I will write here. Firstly, we'll write if basic if. Then we'll write here conditions, condition one. Then we'll put colon here. Then we will give indentation. Please remember to give indentation. It is necessary. Otherwise, you will get an error. Indexation error you will get. Then I will write your next if statement. I will write condition two, and here I will have my final statement. Okay. You can also put the statement here also. If you are writing anything, also put can also put a statement here if you want. Okay. So this is the whole syntax of nested if statement. Firstly, here our code checks like if this condition is true or not. Then it checks like if this condition is true or not. If this condition is true, then this whole statement will get executed. Okay, so let's go to a flowchart of this. You can understand better way. Firstly, here I will write when a program will start. Okay, then when our program will start here, then it will check for a condition one. Firstly, it will check that our condition is true here or not. Condition one. So it will check whether our condition one is true or not. So then the two ways are here. Like firstly, whether my condition is true or whether my condition is false. So if my condition is false, then you know the program will definitely end here because another condition will not be checked. But if my condition is true here, then what will happen? Firstly, it will check check if my second condition is true or not. And it will check, go to condition 2. Then there are two ways here. Firstly, if my condition is for true and my condition is false. So here I write here. If the condition is true and here the condition is false. So for the false case, the code will end here and will only execute the things, but only execute the statements which are written in condition one, if any are there is. Then if it is the false here, the block of code which is written inside the condition second if statement of condition two, it will not execute. So here directly you can say that our program will end. So I will write here, and okay, but in this side our the code inside second if statement executed. Okay, so this is the whole flow chart or the flow diagram you can say of how nested if works. Okay, so there are actually two security checkpoints. So if we take example of a logging system, so firstly for the like if I take here two usernames, like firstly it is admin, or should I tell you? Then firstly we'll try it, then I will tell you how to write the code, because now you are comfortable with the syntax of the Python, so you should write your own code. Okay. So firstly I will tell you the rough idea how this code is working. So for here we are taking two variable like username and password, which is stored. Like if I take username here, like any admin, and the password here I'm taking any password like admin 123. Okay. So I will check here by nested if statement. How will I check? Let's do it on our code editor. So we written here code to check the grade. Now we are writing the code here. Firstly, we will take variable which is named username. Okay, and right here admin. You can consider this as like the database which is used in the backend server. So we are like checking by this data only. Okay, so then I am writing here a password here admin 123. Okay, if then I will write the statements. So how will I write a statement? Firstly, I will check the username is correct or not. If the username is not correct, what's the meaning of checking the password? I will check here if user name is double equal to what? It's equal to admin. Okay. If this condition is right, then I can print here username is, or you can do one thing also. If we first write will in a standard way, then we will make it interactive also. Okay. Then we will write the if schedule in this block of code only, not here. And you understand, we will write here in the indentation only. We will write here if password is double equal to admin123. Then we will write pass. I will write here print password is correct, and also write here in the next line print login successful. Okay. So firstly we run this program, then we will also make it more interactive. So let's run this program. We will say username is correct and password is correct, login successful. We can make it you can say little more, like we can say a little more interactive also. If I write here input and write here enter your username. Okay. So it is checking the value of username from the input tag. Okay. Then for the password, I can write here input and enter your password. Okay. So if I write here this and write here this, should my program get work? Let's try. I'm also not sure it will work, but I think it will work definitely. So let's just firstly it will work my username. I will write here admin. It will tick like show enter your password. I will write here admin123. So what is this saying? Using password correct, login successful. Okay. What if I write in the wrong password here? What if I write the wrong password here? So if I write here, like if I run this once again, and firstly I will write here wrong password, like anything bullshit here. Sorry. You can say nothing happened, and I can also write here for this else only. You say you can see that like here I am writing another else statement. Okay, if I write an else statement, not for this if, but or for this if I write here else, means it else will only occur when this will like false, when the username is not correct, and I will write here else statement and write print enter correct username. Okay. So I think this is not advanced thing. You already know how to write into statements. Okay. So actually the whole condition is this only. That's why I advise you to use these brackets, parentheses. So you can't confuse like what is the main condition here. Okay. So let run this again, and I write here my username like anything. So it will give a statement like enter correct username. Okay, then I will run again, and I will write username. First, I will clear all this, then run again. So if I write here admin, then it will say username is correct, enter password. If I write here password like admin 123, it will say password is correct, login successful. Okay, so by this you can make a basic login. You can say basic login or logic of your login page. Okay, however, it is very basic. Okay, so this is our mini you can say code. Here we have made it a little bit interactive by writing input also and by writing else here also. So let's come to our next example also. I think we are enjoying this example because it is like exciting to make these interactive examples. So let's go to the next example of the age and driving license. Okay. So for the rough idea, for the let's get to our example two. Here I write like first you have to take a age variable and like assign a value 20 to it. Then we have to take a variable has license license okay equal to true. So then I will let it if age is greater equal to 18, not 81. So we have to make this like if like age is greater equal to 18. I'm not having a syntax. Then like we have to check another condition like has if has license. If those conditions are correct, then you have to print like allowed to drive. Okay, so let's make this also not very hard. Same as this, we will also make like this only. So firstly here where we have to take a variable which is named as age. Okay, so let's take age is equal to 18 and has license is equal to long spelling of license. Okay, then we will make our program logic like if like age is greater equal to 18, then what we have to do? Then we have to like write write another statement, if statement, and we have to like if has license. Okay, it will not also equal to true, but no need because it statement automatically checks whether it is true or not. Okay, if has license. That we have to write here print you not allowed to drive. Okay, so let's run this. Relative or to die because both are allowed. If I write here like zero, you know zero means false. It will not run nothing. So let's also make it a little more interactive here. So for this partition, I will take our ages input. So for the integer, I will write here input, or I will write int, then input. Where I will write here anything I can say. Enter now age. Okay, so it will give us the age. But what for the license because it stores boolean values. So what it will work for the string or not? Let's try to stay with the string and let with the boolean function. Then I will tell you another matter also for you. If I will write here boolean and input enter not enter. Do you have license? Also I will write here like mm, write yes for the permission and leave blank if not if you if you are not having it. Okay. So what will happen here? If you already know that in the strings for boolean empty strings are false here. That's why I'm saying that please leave it. So okay, a little bit lengthy. So now we will also write here else for this. If this particular condition that license one condition get false, then I will write here. We will write here else print. Please make your driving. I will use DL for a short form of driving license from RTO as currently you are really given. Okay, and for another else, I will write for this else for this else. This else I made for this if and this I will here I will make else for this if. Okay, so let's write here else statement. I will write here else and right here your you are not eligible as your age is less than 18. Okay, so let's run this. Let's try if it work or not. Okay, so let's click on run button. Firstly, to ask my age, I will write like 19. Then, do you have license? Write yes for the correction, leave blank for if you are not having. If I said just I press enter, not writing anything. So it will tell, please make your deal from RTO as currently you are eligible. Okay. If what if I also write here a little bit this one for to give us a clear. Okay. So let us run this one more time, and it will ask my age. I will write 18 here. Then will you have essence write yes for the permission and blank for not having. I will write yes. It will say you are allowed to drive. So you can say it is currently working. If I write here, firstly, if I write here wrong 90 here, first blank. So, so you can see if I enter 819 and sorry, no, it will work definitely. If I write age less than 18, no, I am writing in over 19. If I age less than 18 to 17, it will like saying you are not able as your age is less than 17. Then you can say like it is working correctly. So let's run it one more time and write age 20, and I will write here like leave this blank space. So you can say please make your will RDL from RDL friendly or eligible. Okay. But we can do one more thing here also. Like if I uh, comment this out and write here one more, like if I write here if, like first line will be same if input enter, because here our input statement get a little bit lengthy. Enter your age. Okay, so I will write here not here, here is greater equal to 18. Then I will write here if editor. What should I write here? First, I will not write anything. I will write here like for the boolean thing. I will write here if. No, I will not. I am not. No, I will not take in. I will simply take input. Input. And I will write enter. I will write here do you have license? Okay. And what will I do here? I will write here yes slash no. So if I then I will write here if is equal to yes. Okay. So I will just write like this. Okay. And close this and write here print. What happened? You about to drive. Okay. What if I find what if and then I will put here else. If it is writing false here or any other keyword, let's assume it is false. Or we can use elif also here. Elif. But elif is not because we have to take another input. So just else here. Right here else. Or right here print. What will I write here? Like we will write here like Should we write this long statement? Please apply for DL at RTU. We can also write here if this pattern is verified. Successfully. Okay, then this it will happen, and we will write here for the details. Then for this else, we will write here print you are not eligible and your age is 50. Okay, so let's run this. Firstly, I have to enter my age. I will write 18, 48 here. Whatever. Age verified successful. Do you have license? I will write here. Yes, you are allowed to drive. Okay. If I run this again, it will write firstly to enter age. I will write here. Firstly, I will write for 17. It will let you know to age. It will let age less than 18. And what if I run a loop and take my age as 19? And here I write and say please apply for DL at RT. So this is the like program where you can check the age verification. So let's do the another example. You can do this example by one or other method also, like if you take here boolean and in this method what you can do here, like you have taken boolean here and you can write here one for confirmation and one for zero. So firstly what you will do, you will write here int also in the boolean. You will write here int and then you will close this bracket if you want to answer in 1 and 0. Okay, first we will delete this and right here write 1 for true and 0 for false. Okay, means if you write true for if you are having it and 0 for if you are not having it. So let's just do it. So first we add array and let's do that 18. Then we'll add 1 for true and 0 for false. I will write 1. So he's saying like you're allowed to try. Like what if I run this again and I will enter my age like let's say 17. Let's just say you're not able to everyone less than 18. Let's run it again and write like 18 and write 0 here. Say please make your hardware currently you are not currently you are eligible. Okay, only the this process is selected. So there are many ways for making this. Okay, so let's just this and come to our next example. For the withdrawal example, we can also comment this also. So this is our example 2 here. Here we also understand how Boolean works. Okay. Now for the example 3. So here we have to take three variables like is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4. Put your arrow. Second variable and amount. Okay. So what here we have to do? Here we have to verify if the pin is correct, and then we have to what we have to do? We have to deduct this amount from the balance, and we have to print the current balance also. Okay. So we should try it in the simple way firstly. Then we will make it a little more interactive also. For the simple way, just make two variables, three variables for it. Equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,000. And okay, should like put it input. Okay. So here we will see simple first we take simple to zero like if. Okay. Then we'll take there. Yes. Like for our amount is smaller or equal to that. If it is also correct, then what we do? We will write here. We will use their assignment operators. We will what we'll do? We will do amount is equal to or is equal to not amount here. I will write here balance. Balance here. I will write amount. Okay. So and last will write here transaction successful. So let's run this. Let the enter amount. If I write here like 2000 generation is successful. I will also I can also write here and remain balance here. Okay, that's this. Right, if I write here 154. No, it's great. So you can say it also in the having balance also here. So should we try to make it more interactive here? Firstly, we will write here. We will also try to input the pin also. Input right, enter your pin. Okay, then it will check. Then we will write here print pin verified successfully. Okay, also then it will check if amount is smaller than balance this amount. Then it will correct and let it transfer and when balance is equal to balance. Okay, so firstly then we will write in the next slide here. if the amount is like if it is balance, and we'll write here in print in document balance. Also, we can do one more thing here. If I make another if here, in if here, or you can, I can just like here, just right here, or I should use if I use multiple if right here, right here, your yes to view, or I can write here, press enter now, it will be served later, and yes or to view, okay, right here, press and letter to exit, okay. So if I can have let here is equal to yes, okay. I will what I will do here, I will write here print. I will also can write here balance sign also. So just write here balance sign, rupees sign. I mean Windows plus V. This is a shortcut for Windows for writing this. So this and these are emojis. You think here. So first sign is here. Okay. I will write here print. I can also write here plus not this. I write here str balance. Okay. Or I can do this one here also. Just copy this. We are making it fully uh, valid to look like this. Okay. Now, as what else we can change? We can change like mm, for this statement we have written this for the this if the pen is wrong. So we can write if mm, this here else here. Okay. And write here print and third in correct. Okay. We also say we try. So let's just run this and see it works or not. Here, I have also used this str function. I will try to like told you in previous or like lecture, I think. So let's try to run this. First is the center amount I want to transfer. If I write here like 400, 4,000, I will press enter, enter your pin. I will write it into 3, 4. You can say turn verify successfully, transaction successful, and remaining balance is 1,000. You can see it is working correctly. So let's try another case when our pin in will be wrong. So firstly, I will take the pin key. If my pin is wrong, if pin is my amount is written. If I write here amount, I write here 4,000. Okay, not 4,000, 5,001. Okay, and press enter. I will write to enter my printer date 1, 2, 3, 4. So you are now thinking if the enter must get what the need of that pin because in the real app the information of the amount I'm tapping goes after when we enter the pin. If we try enter, have print verified successfully, but like the balance is insufficient. Okay, it doesn't enter yes to be balance and press any letter to exit right here. Yes, not like this. Yes, and in capital right now. Yes, it will write my like told my tell my current balance. Here one thing like after if the verification of the pin, okay, it is like insufficient balance. Okay, because pin is right but the amount is wrong. Okay, so what we can do here? Okay, now we try to enter again. Although we can put this also and what if I write this here? Okay, so if I try to run this and write here amount like what or any big amount. Enter pin 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. What if I enter my pin wrong here? Okay, you will say enter pin is incorrect retrieve. Okay, so my information of this amount, this whole amount can't get to this. Okay, because then also UPI also when you try to enter pin, then after it says in 16 minutes. Okay, then we run it again, and I will write here enter amount. I will write here 1500. Press enter. I will write again 1, 2, 3, 4, and we say that pin verified successfully, transaction successful, and remaining balance is 3500. Okay, so I think we have made a greatly like great code here logic. Like it is you can say a complete logic. Like we have all endpoints here. The pin is wrong if the amount is greater than. Okay. Also, where he also used the all type of we have or not all type of but one type of comparison operator here. Not comparison. Comparison is this. It is your assignment. Subtraction assignment operator. So you will say it is also a great example here. Then I can comment this out and we can move to our next for the students verify admission. Okay. So let's just do this last example also, although it's also same. For this example, I should say that firstly you try it yours. It is very easy, same as all these three previous ones. So let's come to our fourth example, which is What we have to do in this example, we have to take a percentage variable and store in 88. We also make this interactive also. And one boolean document. Okay. Mhm. Okay. If like a percentage is greater equal to 75, then what you have to do? You have to move to our another question, another condition that if document verified is also true. If yes, then we have to write here admission approved. Okay. So this is the whole. Just center it in between. Not this. No. Okay. Now let's just also do this here. If I write here is equal to 88 and document verified is equal to 2, then what if I write if percentage is greater is equal to 75, then I'll write here if like documents verified, then I will write here print admission approved. So this is the like a basic way of writing. We have write many statements here like this. If I write run this, you will say printing admission approved. So we can also try to make it more interactive. If I write here, it's simple. I can write here. You also know. Firstly, I will definitely recommend this to try to. I'm not like also even trying to write this because I thought you will do some of my you can prove I'm writing this. So if I try to write this equal, mm, eh, or I should write here float. Those constraints can be in float. Or here then I write here enter your home page. Okay. Then if I should write here this invite here from 75, then I will if it greater than I will write then I will write your eligible to take admission. Please proceed the document verification. Okay. Now then I will write here please. Then we will the same thing here. Input your documents Satisfied. Yes. Slash. Oh. And haven't. Mm, right here. Motivated and uh, yeah. What if this fails? Then I will say run out again. This thing, yeah, and same level that you are able to take admission. Oh no, not it is very fine your documents to confirm your admission. Okay, then I will write else statement for this that if other percentage wrong, then I will write here. If I write here, mm, are not visible or the evidence your person low. So let's run this. Okay, I don't know anything that yes, I write something and you are unable to complete it with the upload notification. I would have read and write here, yes, your admission is approved. Okay, and I will write here 55. Okay, so tonight is your you are not able to want to take admission or as your percentage is low. So this is our fourth example here. Okay, now after these are examples, let's come to our next topic. So let's come to here and so let's come to our next topic that is adding else inside a nested if. So in the nested if also you can also write else. I have also shown in the previous examples also. Can you also add adding else side? However, you can also add elif here. Okay. So for this example, simple grammar, we have already done these. Like if I take age equal to 17 and as license, we already did the same example, but I'm giving the same example so that you can't get confused in the example. If age is greater equal to 18, then what you have to do is to print, not print, you have to just write as you can also print here as license to print here. There else for this other well, and it's not that, not this one, this one. For this else, you can write here, the license required, you can write here, print license required. For this if else, you can write here, print you on the age. Okay, basic example, I can just copy this and run on my data. Here also use this else here, so there's no need to like read, give you an example of this. If just one example, I think like more than enough. So I just clear this mess and run new terminal. And if you are underage, if I write here, age is greater than 9 period, here I like false. Okay, so when I will write this, it will say license required. So you can say it is working fine. We also done few examples for this also. What else is there? Okay, but you can say it's working. Also, we can you are able to drive output. You have not taken that also. Are able to drive output. Let's just do this and firstly that we are going to talk about some top common beginner mistakes here. So firstly the beginner mistakes, common beginner mistakes. First mistake, it is wrong indentation. So people often do wrong indentation as I already told you. They write the else part for the another else, okay, not that one else. Okay, so first take the example of the if I write here if age is greater or equal to 15 and put corner. But I write the answer if not by taking this indentation. I write this below this only. If has license. Okay, print law or something I can write here, no problem. So here this whole if statement is another thing and this whole is statement is another thing. These are not nested if else. This is another if statement and this is another. It is also incomplete, so it will give definitely error. So it is the example of the wrong indentation people often give here. Now for the unnecessary nesting, if like for this example, if I write here unnecessary nesting, because if I write here if age is greater or equal to 18 and the same one, this just copy paste this. Okay, in place of this, what I can do here, I can just copy this here and in place of this I write here and I will write here and you lay all the operator and it will return true only if both conditions are true and has I will write there it also. If both conditions are true, then I will write here print allow. However, both are correct, but it is a good practice I can say. Okay, so this is other thing. The third one is like forgetting the colon. This is the most mistake people do in all three things, forgetting the goal. So let's come to a mini practice activity here. So in this activity, I will take in a age variable which is have the value of 22. Then I will take the variable like has ID and its value is false. Then I will add here if age is greater equal to 18 and if like has ID is like this print entry loud, then right here else, not for this else. I will write here print. I will also like done examples of like these questions, so you can predict easily the output. Not entry allowed, valid, ID required. Okay. Then for this else, I can write here print under age. So according to you, what will be the answer here if the age is 22 and has that is equal to false? So let's just run this on our code editor. If I run this here, here what I have not written a colon. So if I run this and this way it is asking well ID is required because it's not as ID. If I write here true, so tell me if your answer was correct or not. Then it will give us entry allowed. Okay, so it is our mini practice activity you can say. Then for the real life situation, I can also say it is the ATM machines, banking systems, login authentication system, college admission systems, hospital management systems, airport security, online payment verification. All these are example of like these nested if statements. Now let's take a quick recap. Okay, So it means writing an if statement inside another if statement. Okay. So after that, I'll write here these if an example, if I'm wearing ID card and the library card, if firstly the ID card was checked by a watchman on the gate, if it is like if you don't have ID card, you are not allowed to go to the library. So it is an example of the next system. And it is a statement here, like firstly it will check condition one, then it will check condition two. Also, I will like given you a flow chart that how it is worked. Firstly, you start the program, then go to condition one. It checks whether it is true or false. If it is false, it then and directly end the program. It is true, then you go to condition two and check if it is true or false. If it is false, the program error will true. The code inside second if statement execution. Okay. So let here I will give like four examples and always system example two example. However, I will they are very short video too, but I have also made a long version of this. It's fully interactive also. If I try to show this, and you can see that we have made a fully interactive diagram questions also. Here, username, admin, then verification age, this pin one, and is a percentage one. We have made many of these. Then also talking about detail and adding else inside nested if. Okay. Then there are some of the beginner mistakes people often do like wrong indentation, unnecessary nesting, forgetting the colon. Like so these are our beginner mistakes people often do here. So now we know how to make one decision inside another decision using nested if. However, in many situations we don't actually need these nested if statements. Most our tasks can be done by using logical operators like and or not. So now we learn how to avoid these nested statements and apply the logical operators. So here we are writing the logical operators in nested if statements. So firstly, I let here using logical operator instead nested if. So firstly, I recall your concepts of logical operators. So there are three types of logical operators. Firstly, there is and, then or, and is and not. So what is and do? Let it returns true when all conditions are true. Then what does or do? It return true if like like for the minimum if minimum one condition is true for not like it reverse or reverse the boolean value. So these are the logical operators. So what they do, they are used to combine or modify conditions. So, instead of checking one condition at a time, we will check multiple conditions by using these logical operators. So, we will try with the AND operator. So, in the AND operator, I already told you if one condition is wrong, then the block of code is not executed. So for the end, let's do our first example because I already told you in the previous lectures about these operators. So for the example one, we have like driving eligibility test. Okay, like we are doing here. So let's do our driving eligibility and make right here code here because you know already how it is made. So firstly we'll take your age is equal to 20 and has license is equal to true. Then I will write here if age is greater equal to 18 and has license is and has license true, then it automatically yes. Then I will write a print you are allowed to drive, and you can also add here one else is so else we can write here you are allowed to drive. For the interactive purpose we can take here again input statement, enter your age, and we can write here yes one also thing, and write here like input as we write here just like this, not that big or anything, or I will write here do you have license? Yes, just like the previous one. The basic difference here is we are using and not the multiple thing. Okay, we will add a print you're allowed to drive, otherwise you are not allowed to drive. Okay, so let's just run this. So here ask my age, I will write here 18, and that one I will write here yes, you're allowed to drive. Now I will do one thing more here and run this. I will write my age more than less than 18, it is 114. So you can see one thing here, it doesn't ask me for my license. It simply says you are not allowed to drive. Why it is said? Because the interpreter checks the only one end statement. Because if the one end statement is wrong, it doesn't matter whether the other is right or wrong. Okay? So this is the like feature of the interpreter. You can learn this. So like we can write by this by using and not writing multiple nested if statements. So now let's just do our example number two and just paste this in the this one. Okay. So let's us do our example two, which is of that college one. Now we are like modifying it. So for the college one, we are taking here percentage variable is equal to 88 and document verified is equal to true. Now, if percentage is greater equal to 75 and document verified is true, then only print admission approved. Okay, so add here else also with your print admission not approved. Okay, so for this part of code to be run, both conditions are satisfied here. So here like both conditions satisfying, so we will write here true and writing it is showing that admission approved here. Okay, so these are the two examples. You can also make it interactive, so your it is homework to make it interactive. Okay, let's just copy this and paste it here. Okay, so let's just do our or variable. Let's do our or variable. All variable, not all operator or operator. Actually, it returns true if at least one condition should be true. So here one condition must be true, and it returns false when all conditions are true. Let's just do example of these also. So the example here we are taking here is for the sport eligibility. Example one. So here our marks is equal to 9. Very well. The sport eligible to false. Then we have to check like one should be correct. Check if either one is meeting the criteria. Print scholarship. Let's just do this here. Firstly, we'll take a marks variable here. 90 in course put down. We have both. But if I put anything wrong, and not so well, because one is why one should be true, the answer will be true. So right here, 59. Good. You can say one thing here. If I put here int input marks and right here input equal to sum this satellite and that 18. It now here you can see it will ask for the sports quota because whether it is true or false, it will definitely ask for the nothing because it will only give false output if the both conditions are false. That is the two conditions. If I write here no also, they will get not eligible. Okay, and separate both right here. If I print one right here, then it will not ask for the another one. Okay, if I write here, mm, just run this right here 90. You can say that it will give eligible because it's not saying because one is true, then it will definitely give true here. So that's the difference I want to show by this. Okay, so let's just come to this and comment this and come to our next example here. Or I think one example is enough here. Let's come to the not operator. Not operator. Let's understand what is the use of not operator in this. So in simple words, we can say that the not operator simply reverses the Boolean data rule. But it is not like specific to that only. Firstly, if I write not true, firstly I write what it is due. Let's say simply reverses the Boolean value. Okay. So if I write here not true, then it will transform this into true. So this is the basic use of not operator. Sorry, not true. It is false. Okay. So now come to an example and understand with the example. So in that, what is the example? So if I take example of an account status, example one. If I take off an account status, then I take a variable name account blocked equal to false. Then if I write here if then not operator account blocked, then what to do? And print login log. So let's run this and see what our answer came. I think you can easily guess what will be the answer, but then also let's run this here. And if I run that, you can say our answer is login allowed because here although it is value is false, but here we have written not. So this not operator reverses the false value to true and the whole condition value become true. So when we there is a true in the if condition statement, it will always execute the statement below. Okay, so that's why it is printing login allowed. So let's also make a like a example where we like combining all conditions or multiple conditions. So if I take here age is equal to 21 and has license. I am taking the same examples in a different way so that you can't get confused here. True and helmet is equal to true. So if I write here like multiple three conditions, if I write here if age is equal to 18 and has license and helmet. So what will be then I will write print ride safely. So what I am doing here, if I have taken this and if age is greater than 18 and the value of the head license is true and helmet also true, then only print ride safely. So if I run this and also take this, then if I run this, what will the answer? Answer is ride safely because all these are true. If any one of this is false, there is no output here. Okay, you see no output because we have not written else. If I write here else, if I write here anything, print pay fine of 500. So any one of this is false, then this output will came here. Okay, so that's the whole point. Here we have combined actually three conditions: age, health license, and helmet. We can combine many conditions here. Okay, so let's just do a practical example of an online exams of a like login page of an online exams. So I tell you how to do it if I'm trying to describe to you. Here you have to take a user. Here I have written an username that is student. Actually, it is a homework, means a homework for you, but I will also tell the answer. Or you can say a practice assignment, not homework. And right here Python. Then you have to write a logic and to check whether the username is equal to student and password is equal to password. If both are correct, then you have to log in, print login successful. Otherwise, you have to print invalid credentials. Simple thing. Only you can write here username. We can also do this by input statement. Just like here student and password. Here you can write Python 123. So if I write here if input enter user name is double equal to username and I put an end here and pass input enter password is equal to password. Okay, and if that's true here, then I will enter it and write here. What should I write here? I will write here print login successful. Else I will print here okay. So let's just run this. Okay, also a username. So here I'm told if I write the wrong username, it will not ask me for the password because if one condition is false in the end operator, the other way, then it will the whole condition become false. The whole output become false here. So definitely the invalid condition will if I write here wrong, like if I write here any this let's say invalid condition, it will not ask for the input. It will only ask for the like input enter password when I will write the correct username. If I run this and if I write enter username, then I can write here student correct username. Then it will ask me for the password. If I write the wrong either one, it will not ask me for the password. So I will write here enter password that is Python 123. And it will say login successful. Okay. So this is a simple example of this, not a big deal. So this is the basic examples of multiple conditions you can do there. Now let's just revise or all operators truth table so you can't get confused while using them. So for the end truth table, as you know that if there are true and true and true. Then the output will be true. Both should be true. If the iter is written false and false, then the output would be false. If right here true and false, then the answer will be false here. If I write here false and true, then the answer will be false here. So it only gives the true only in one condition if both are true. If here the it is also first also true and second also true, then it will give the true output. Otherwise, it will not give the true output. Right? So that's the main point here. Now let's come to the another or operator truth table. So for the or operator, things are get things get layer a little bit different. If I write here true or true, that is same. Definitely will be true or false or false. Here it will give false. So you can say that these two conditions are same is that. But if we come to the next conditions, here if I take true or false, that will give true. If I write false or true, it will write here. For the or operator to get a false output, all the conditions should be false here. Okay, so that's the it is opposite actually. If these two are false, then this will be false here. Okay, so let's come to our not operator. It a bit little bit simple here for the not operator. That if I write here not true, then it will become false. If I write here not false, then it will give us give us. Hmm. So let's come to some of the bigger mistakes after understanding it. It just basically reverses here. Reverse. Okay. So this is not for and, this is for or, and this is for or not operator. So these are the two table. It is important to learn this, and you will get the output here. So now let's come to some of the beginner mistakes people do in these while using logical operators in the condition statements. So let's come to some beginner mistakes. So our first beginner mistakes here is like people use use English, like grammatical English, in place of keywords. Okay. For example, what people write here, if if age is greater or equal to 18, then they use this end, not the other one we have specified there. And so this is wrong here. Okay, that's why you should not use this. Okay, what should we use in place of that? You should use this end operator here in small. Okay? Now, for the second mistake, people get confused in what in and with or. Okay, like in place of and they use or. Okay, so tackle this. To tackle this, please read these three tables to avoid that. So for the mistake three, people forgot people forget to write parentheses in complex conditions. Okay, like if I write here an example in the our editor, if I write here if age is greater equal to 18 and has license. Okay, these two are condition is true, then one should pass. Or if the like vehicle is like a police is traveling on the vehicle, then if it is police, then you can pass. Either one of these conditions or single these conditions should execute. Okay, so if I run directly this, not directly this. If I run, if I press enter there and right here print access granted. Okay, now I make a age variable here. Age is equal to like 34 and has license equal to false and is police equal to true. So what do you think will happen here? Let's run this. It is telling us is granted because our is police is true. Whatever if we write is police also false here. It is writing nothing. So it is working because of the operator precedence here. For the in operator precedence, like I search here precedence, we learn here like firstly and is calculated then or is calculated. है ना? Firstly and is calculated then or is calculated here. So because of that only in our editor, firstly it is calculating the conditions between the and these conditions and then our condition. Okay, so we know that it is like because of the represent is like doing this. But what if there are multiple and or condition, you may get confused. So what you should do, you should like put parentheses there. So it makes it mandatory to firstly conclude this question like this. This means not this whole this. This means this end one condition, and if the whole output is true or false, give the answer based on that only. So this is the whole point of telling about with this question. Yeah. So let's come to our main content about the mistakes. So these three mistakes I told you about. Now let's make a mini project, mini practice activity. So here you have to print the output before I should run the program. Here I am taking a is equal to 19 and has id is equal to true. I will write here a program like if age is greater equal to 18 and has id, then I will print. If it is true, then I will print loud and then I will write here else and write here print not allowed. So what is your prediction about this? Let's do this code editor. So little syntax mistake here. Just let read both operator separation without separation. Okay, so here it is giving that allowed answer because our both condition are true here. Okay, all the real life examination application, the login systems, banking applications, ATM machines, college admission portals, confirmation, the same application for the if as well. They are same. Okay, now let's just quickly revise this. Not operator here. Okay, and we can simply revise all this by this all three tables like how and if and works like if both true and true then it will give true only. If they are both false then it will false. For the or operator, if one should true then it will give true. If otherwise for false output the both should be can say like the opposite. In the end, both will be true to get a true output. In order for both to be false to get the false output. If one is true, then we will get the true output. Or not, it just reverse the here the middle mistakes I talked about and our mini practice activity. Okay. Now let's just now we have combined minimal logic operators, but in my case, however, we want to write very small conditions, just in one line. So we can't use this long syntax like writing if, then else. It is just wastage of time and storage. Okay, so what we can do? So we can just write the condition in one line of code only, and we call it. We can call it also a short and if statement. Okay, so let's just quickly understand it. What are these? So these are the like you can directly give you the syntax also. So for the definition, I can say that these allows us to write simple if condition in a single line. So it is why when it is useful, we can useful also. It will work fine. So it will useful when there is only one statement to execute the execute. Okay. So let's understand this syntax, right? If we write print, if I sent actually already told you that in the when teaching simple if else, if age is equal to 18, then colon and write your print early. Okay, these are the example. Now just do it with the example here. If I write here, if let's just take a variable named temperature, and the value of this temperature is 38. If temperature is greater than 35, then print hot day. Okay, uh, let's just run this. You know what, definitely you know what will be the output of this. If you don't know, that means you have not watched this lecture from starting. So let's just copy paste this, and I have not like write the temperature variable here. That's giving error. Temperature is not defined. Now let's just run this. So it is giving the output as hot day because it is true. If I write what if the output will here, then no output because condition is not satisfying here. Okay, so basic example of this also. So we can also like add the else here also. So for the else example, what is the syntax here? So let's understand the syntax with an example. Like Here, what we write the code we want to execute. Firstly, like if I write here, like let's write this code in this like with else. So firstly, I will write for the true. If the condition is true, what will happen? I will write print, and I will write here hot day. Okay, and then what will I do? I will simply write here if temperature is greater than 35. Then I will write here else, and I will write here print normal. Okay, so let's just run this in our code editor. Let's just now if I run this, the answer is coming hot day. The difference between this is firstly I will write you have to write the block of code that you want to execute if the condition is true. And then after writing the condition, and then you will write the else and you will write the condition for the not true output. Okay. So it is another way for writing. Okay. If I take temperature is equal to 30 here, then if I try to run this, you can say the answer will normal here. It works. Okay. Now let's take an example with an even model. So this can the syntax will get in your mind. If I take a number variable here is equal to 11, then I will write here result is equal to even. Okay, what here I taken? You can see a little different here. Just forget this. You can say this. Actually, this is a new like a variable here where I want to write. If I write simply this, what do you mean? You can simply write I am assigning even value to a result variable. So by writing this way, I can say if number uh, modulus by 2 is double equal to 0 whenever else odd. So what I am doing here, if this condition gets true, okay, then the even will got into the result, like initialize into the result variable. If if else, then odd will initialize in the result variable. So when will then if I print result here, we will get our output. If I try to run this in this, you see the answer is odd because number is 11. If I write here 10, then answer will be even. So it will work in that way only. Okay. For the like one line, if statement you have to print, then you can use this. And the one more example we can do here to clear our concepts like we have to find out which is maximum in between two numbers. So let's take two numbers a is equal to 15 and b is equal to 28. So what will I do? I will take a largest name variable and initialize as a what if for which condition if a is greater than b. Then for the else, I can write B here. Here B will initialize in light display for the else condition. If this condition is not true, then what will I do? Then after that, I will print the largest. mm, Largest. So that's also conditional operator. So our answer is 20 because 20 is the largest here. If I write here 8, then what will happen? Say the answer will be here. So that's how it works here. So now you know how to use the shorthand. The question arises, why do we use shorthand? So answer is simple that if the condition is simple there, there's only one statement like here in for the we have to find only one like maximum number. And the code also remains easy to understand here. For the example, we can say that it is majorly used for displaying a short message, sending value to a variable, or returning a simple result from a function. So we will like also understand when should you avoid this like avoid this type of like simple like one line if statements. So you should avoid for the complicated logic. Okay, that's why it is like not applicable for the complicated logic. It will be more useful if you write for a simple logic. For the common mistakes people do in these simple in this one line if statement, first one as I already told you, using it with complex logic. Second, forgetting the else. Like if you write only if here, then it will not work here. If you like accept it as, then it will not work. Then reducing read- readability. Okay, actually it is not a mistake. It just reduces readability if you have a complex logic here. Then just do a mini practice activity here for this. Okay, so you have to print the output for I should run the code. If I write a variable 217 and I will make a new variable here message and assign the value adult in it. When I will assign if age is greater is equal to 18 and for the else condition I will assign here what value minor. So that's a whole one line. And then after that I will what I will do I will let print not this I will let print message. So I copy this and run your operator and you should check whether answer is correct or not. If I draw this and run this, something variable. Okay, not equal to is not that for else. You can see a just simple syntax mistake not to use equal to after else. Okay, in flow. If I run this, you can say it is saying minor because age is 17. If I write here like 24, then it will print adult. Okay, so you can see it is working. I hope you get this. For the real life exam, like for the real life application, it is using web development, data analysis, machine learning projects, AP development, automation. Because it is like small, that's why it is uh, light and uses less resources. For dashboard application and simple small utility programs. So let's take a quick recap of this one line if statement. So It is used for, basically for simple if conditions, and we have to write a single. This is like a gave you example to show the syntax how you can write here. Okay. Then if you want to like include the else also, then we can write here if firstly we have to write the code we have to execute for if the condition is true. Then after that we have to write else and write the other code. So this is the syntax for writing these simple if statements. So now we have learned the many type of condition statements available in Python. So let's start moving to the practice assignments. And before that, just look at the common mistakes for the whole statements people do here. So for the common mistakes part, we can say that the first common mistakes people do here for the whole condition statements. Yes, here I'm telling the mistakes. So mistake one, what people do here is to forget forgetting the colon here. Okay, it is this. Then, for example, if I give you, if I take, if people write if age is greater or equal to 20, this is the revision of mistakes here. People write here print adult. So this is the mistake one. Okay. Without this, we get a syntax error here. So it is actually wrong here. It is not right here. Okay. Just use column. Then for the mistake two, people give incorrect indentation like same. If I remove the space between print, it will be our incorrect indentation here. Okay. Then the second third one here is like people use assignment operator, which is this in place of comparator operator in writing conditions. Okay. Now mistake four is to writing conditions in a order. Okay. As I previously told you also, if I take marks is equal to 95 and I write here if marks is greater equal to 40, then print here, what print here? Pass only. But if not if I write here elif marks greater equal to 95 or 90, then print like grade A. So if you try to run this in the code editor, you can see that although our marks is 45 here, 95 here, then we'll also get the pass value here because the 95 also written 40. To like do this correctly, what should I do here? Then I should write here. Okay, and just copy this and paste here. Then I will get my correct answer. You can say grade A. What if you just take two if statements? Then we will got both answers. Grade A and pass. Okay, so it is also wrong here. So the mistake 5 is using multiple if. As I already told you in the previous example, multiple if instead of elif. Using nested if also over give you like it's also wrong, not the right practice. Also, people what also do wrong there is like they forgot to typecast before getting it compared. Like if I take here A is equal to input, then I should either write int here or I should write if age is greater equal to 18. So I should write here int age. Okay. Either I write here int or write here int. So you should definitely do this. Otherwise, it will not work well. Then the sad last mistake you can say there, you can write here. What is this mistake? Five. Okay. Now for the six mistakes, you can say that using unnecessary sorry nested if. Okay. This is also wrong. And the next statement is people only write if statements they forgot to write else if. People forgot to write else statement. Okay. They only write if. Okay. So you can say that these are the mistakes here. Now let's take a mini debugging study activity. What you have to do here, I will write a program and you have to like find the mistake in that program. So let's start with the input. If I take age as an input and if I write enter age, then if I check age, this will clarify if you get all the mistakes or not. Is equal to 18. Then I am printing eligible. And the next line I am using else and writing print. If I written exams, if I written code with your hands, you will definitely find something unusual in this code. But you have to find what exactly it is. Now, tell what is the like mistakes in this code. So, if I firstly try to run in our code editor, the first mistake the code editor tells us to get expected colon. So, firstly write here colon. Then expected indentation, we are also not given indentation here, so it is also wrong. And then it expected colon here again, and expected. Now there is also one more mistake here, like not using typecasting. I should have write here int and close the bracket here. Okay, if I add enter, if I write here enter 45, then to fill it. No, I forgot to write here. That's why here. If I run this, if I write here 45, that is giving output as eligible. So now it is not correct. So this is the, let's say, the correct code. Okay, so we can compare it. Okay, these are our wrong code. This was our right code. Okay, so for the tips in the debugging, I would suggest you to read the error message carefully, check your indentation, verify every colon that there is colon or not. Make sure you are using double equal to comparison also. Confirm that input is converted to the correct like data types you are using. Catch your program with different inputs also. For the real life importance, I can show you that profile development also make mistakes. Different aspects all know how to debug them efficiently. That's why debugging is a great skill you should have. So let's take a quick recap of our mistakes. Then, so for the mistake one, where we have discussed is for that the forgotten the colon part. Then the second mistake was incorrect indentation error. And the third was people that forgot to write double equal to comparison and write assignment operator like one equal to. Then people also write conditions in wrong order and get the wrong output here. Like this is the example here for that. Then people also use multiple statement of instead of elif. They forgot to tap task for getting compared also. That in this in this we have also done that without writing int here. Okay. Also people will write unnecessary nested if. Or people forgot to write else one, they only write if also. So these are the basic common mistakes. So firstly, we have completed all the major concepts related to condition statements. Now, let's see some real world applications in detail for these all these condition statements. So, we have far learned the types of condition in Python, including if, else, if-elif-else, nested if, logic operators, and shorthand if. So now, you have a question in your mind that where are these concepts actually used? The simple answer of this is almost within every case software application use, every games. These if else is used. So for the application one, ATM machine, let's discuss about this also. Like imagine you insert your ATM card into a machine. The ATM doesn't immediately give you money. Firstly, it asks your PIN. Then it checks if the PIN is correct or not. Does the account have enough balance or not? So how does this check this and how the decisions taken here? This all have done with of because of the condition statements here. Like for the second example, we can say that for the login systems, like every website asks for a username and password. Behind this scenes, the software checks that the username exists or the password is correct or not. If both of these credentials are right, then only it will give access for you to be logged in the website. For the online application 3, it is like the online shopping websites. It also checks if your order is above 100. Then if yes, then it only provide you the free delivery option. Otherwise, they apply delivery charges. Okay. For the application 4, it is a student result system. For the students or like for the schools or university, they use student grading systems for give grades to the students. Okay. Mostly the better applications also they also use like if the temperature greater than 35, humidity is greater than 80, then we can print here heat wave alert. Okay, otherwise weather is normal here. So here the AND operator combines these conditions. For the application stage, we can say the movie ticket booking, like the consumer check the you are at least 18 years or not for the movies that are rated adults. Okay, otherwise they'll deny your access. For the appliance 7, it is smart home automation, like you use motion detected light switches and remote control. So all these are done through by these condition statements only. The next example we can take of the online examination portal. If you have ever gone through the JEE examination center, then you have experienced how with this examination start and various conditions taken with the help of these condition statements. Now let's come to the application line of banking apps. Although banking apps also use these condition statements for the AI chatbots also. So for the activity to you, can you think of an app you use every day that may decision based on the conditions? Okay, so for the answer in these, I can say that Instagram, WhatsApp, all these use condition statements. That's why every program must run these condition statements. Ads without these, software cannot make the decisions by itself. Game cannot respond to players. Website cannot verify users. Many applications cannot protect performance. So now we have explored how conditions are used in various software applications. Now we will should solve some of the several pattern programs so that you can apply everything you've learned today in today's lecture. So let's come off the practice program sections. So for the practice one program, you have to check whether a number is positive or it is not positive. So although we have done this problem many times, it is like you can also guess if I told you right at your time. This uses modulus operators for the even order. Like the first time I have told you about the modulus operator, I have told you like how it is used in various things. So even if we have done this a lot of time, let's just do it again. So check whether a number is even or odd. So let's just do it in our code editor. If I write here num is equal to int input and write here enter. Okay. Then if I take a if statement, should I use our basic like say one line if statement here? So let's write one line statement also. So how do we write it? First we write a result. If I write here print even. When to print even? If num modulus by 2 is not equal to 0. Else print on. Okay, simple. Let's run this. First we write example 45. Answer is odd. It is working fine. Okay. So let's now come to our next question. So our next question is we have to find whether a number is negative or positive. We have also done this. So this is our first. Then for our second program, we have to find whether uh, number is negative or positive. Okay. So for this, what we will do, we will just take our num here. Like same, we will take num as an input here. Then we will write the same simple one line print positive. When to print positive? If num is smaller than zero, or if I would take the case of sorry, num is greater or equal to zero, then I will write here else print negative. Okay, so let's just run this. If I enter num here, like minus 56, it will give us negative. This is also very simple, not that hard. Let's come to our next practice question. That is, in that question, we have to find the largest of two numbers. Largest of two numbers. We also done that previously. For that, we'll copy this and print this one time, second time. I will write here one, I write here two. Okay, write here one, write here two. Then what will I do? I will write same print one line num1 is greater than num2 when if num1 is greater than num2 else. What to print? I can do the same here. Was in write here 2 and write here 1. You can see it a basic. If I run this again, enter num1 as factorial and then number 2 is 55. It will say num2 is greater than num1. If I rerun this, 45, 12, num1 is greater than num2. You can see the our output is incorrect. Also, by this, you are also practicing the one line if statement also. So, for our next statement, we will write here like we have to check whether our student is pass or fail. So for that, we will take marks as an input, or we will use float input, enter marks here. Then the condition is there: if the marks is greater than 40, then print pass, otherwise print fail. If I am writing it now, so the condition is here. I should write here: if marks than 40, print pass, otherwise fail. So if I write here print, not like this, pass if marks is greater than 40 or greater or equal to 40, else print fail. So what if I write here 4, 5, the answer is pass. Okay, so it is also working. Correct. The next practice program of our class is that we have to like calculate the grade. So for that we can't use single line if, as you already know. So let's do grade calculator. For that, the details are if marks here are like greater equal to 90, then grade A. If marks are greater than equal to 75, then grade B. If marks is greater equal to 60, then grade B. If marks is greater than 40, then what? Grade D. And for the else part, we have to write here fail. So these are the details of making it. So let's do it by writing marks as our input, or why should they just take this as CTR plus V, or okay, and just uncomment it. When we have to write if marks is greater than 90, what do you have to print? Print grade A, else if marks, not else, elif marks is greater equal to 75, then I will write a print grade B, elif if marks here are greater than 60, then print grade C. Okay, then for the another elif here if marks is greater equal to 40, then print grade else print fail. This is the whole logic of our program that can run this. If I enter marks here 45.6 to 45.62, you will set grade D. Okay, so it is working correctly here. Now let's just do another practice program to find whether one is eligible for to drive or not. So it is a basic. I've already done it. So I think it is not useful to recorrect it. Okay. So let's just do a simple password checking program also. So for it here, Password is whatever you have done it, but let's just revise this. If I not take a variable, just take a write if and write here input enter pass. Okay, is equal to what? Python 1 2 3. Then what? Then print login. I'm writing with the help of one level statement. Okay, that else print invalid. Okay, so let's just run this. For the password, I will write here one to anything. It will write invalid password. It is working. So here we definitely make one line. Okay, so let's just make a calculator. The simple choice calculator here. Or should I dive into advanced? So we will make advanced calculator in the next time, okay? Or in the next lecture. In today, like in this lecture, this enough like basic statements. Not we will not go into detailed inputs, 2 or 3 inputs. Just keep it basic here. We will make it in the next lecture or upcoming next lectures, like the calculator app for like full functionality calculator app, relating to numbers or three numbers. Okay. So we have made these four practice programs. So actually, it is not now turn. So I will give you some challenges, homework, and you have to do it. So for this, for challenge one, or you can say homework one, you have to do like check. What to check? Check whether a person is eligible to vote or not. Okay. For the challenge to check whether a number is divisible by 5 or not. You can definitely check it. You already know. Just think about this. Don't just go to any chat GPT. Okay. Now here you have to compare three numbers. A little bit hard you can say, but you can do it. Compare three numbers and print the largest one of it. Okay. For the challenge four, you can also put a screenshot. I've read all until then. I've read all challenges. Check whether a year is a leap year or not. So for this logic, you have to, like you already know, that leap years are divided by 4, but not all. So for the hint, I can say that firstly check with 4, then check if it's divisible by 100, then check if they are divisible also by 400. By this three conditions, you can also make it. So I also give you the whole hint of this. Like what hint I'll give you the whole approach. Now you have to just write the code only. Okay. For the challenge 5, you have to print like a morning afternoon, or evening based on the R input entered by the user. So these are the five challenges. Yes, you should must do. Otherwise, you will get behind in these conditional statements. For the tips for solving these questions, just read the questions carefully. Your 50% answer is in the questions only. Identify the condition. Decide whether you are need if else or if else or your like one line if else. Write the logic paper if necessary. Code the solution. Test it with different inputs. Fix any errors and improve your code. So why this matters? I should also leave this, but the matters is here because it is not a learning a musical instrument. Watching someone guitar doesn't make you a guitarist. However, you should also practice guitar also. So similarly, watching programming, you won't have to make a programmer. You must write code yourself or make mistakes, them and improve through your practice. So for the now we have solved several beginner level programs using condition statements. In the final section of today's lecture, we will quickly revise everything and learn and summarize the key concepts before moving to our next lecture. So let's revise from the above what we have learned in this lecture. So we started our lecture, which is I think lecture number 4. It is lecture lecture 5. So we started with a question or lecture that what is decision making. So it means choosing one action based on whether a condition is true or not. So we have taken example of triple light that return two values true or false. Then I have also made a flow chart to tell you that if the one condition is true, then what to do, and if false, then what to do. Python provides a statement called if statement that works only on true output. So the syntax for if condition statement is this like if condition and statement. Then I also told you this in more detail. Also, I have discussed some beginner mistakes also following the column, wrong indentation, comparison of these three information are universal. They are, people always do. Okay, so you should remember these. Then we have learned about some if statement and how else are used. If you use then when you want to form one action and if condition is true, another action is if the condition is false. Here I also told you the syntax of this. Then we have to make it like we have write a flowchart to understand this also. Here I have also made a program that if I editing are able to vote or if you are not able to vote. If a number is divided by 2, then remainder remains then is the even number, otherwise it's the odd number. So here I told you about the modulus operator. Okay. Here are some beginner mistakes also, like people forgot to use the colon here. Okay. Or writing equal to or in place of double equal to string comparison. Okay. So for the if else, these are used when you want to check multiple condition one after another. If-elif-else. So these are used for the multiple conditions. I have made a big flowchart to show you how this works. If we start, then we check condition. If condition is true, then the code will get executed and the program will end. If it is false, then it will check for condition 2. If it is true, then the code will execute and write the line for the program. Then we check for the like condition 3 if it false. Then if it for the condition 3 it will check if true, then the code execution and it will end the program. And if false, then it will conclude what it will run our else program. So is it important to run here and it will end here. Then we have made a student gate system, traffic light, day predictor, or we have also discussed some of the mistakes like people forget a statement like for using multiple statements instead of else, elif, which is also wrong here. Forgetting the colon, wrong indentation also. So here they have also made an exam to like at the grade in which the amount of score it is given. Also, we have made this also. Then we have also discussed some nested statements, how it is works, and we have discussed with the Simple example about the ID card and library card example. So you already know how we had studied. Here we have also discussed the future inside it. Like first let us check condition one. First if condition, which is if it is false then it will end. If it true then true is condition two. Although it will run the code also in the condition one. Okay. If the condition is false then it program and if true then it will end the code inside a condition into full form. For the example one, we have made a logging system also. Nested with the nested are called nested statements. In example 2, we have made the license for lending pen. We have also made it interactive also. As you know, if you have watched the video, full lecture. Then we have also add if inside, else inside if and made it more interactive. Okay. For the beginner mistake we discussed, people do wrong indentation here, unnecessary nesting. Also, people forgot the colon here. Okay. So now we discuss how to avoid the if nested if statements and using logical operator in place of them. So we discussed the three logical operators and or not and how that works. We have learned with the help of like examples like driving eligibility and percentage one and document verified one. So we had discussed the or operator also that here one condition must be true. Okay, it didn't false when all conditions are false. So we have also done that also. So with examples, we have all discussed that. They are very basic ones. We have also told you in the operator ones and lecture also. So no need to like revise them. Not we use to shift reverse the boolean value also. So for the example one, we have checked the account status. Whether it was we will learn very easy, no problem. Now these is important here. Okay. So these tables will definitely help you more while writing the code about these operators. Where you already know, like if both are true, then it will only give true and in or if both are false, it will give false. If it is true, then it will give true. That is for the not operator. Then we have discussed about the binary mistake also. Like people use English in place of keywords. People get confused. Forgot to write parentheses. So these and we have done a mini practice activity also here. Then we have also studied a shorthand if statement as you already know. This is allows us to write a simple statement in one line only. It is very useful. We write here firstly if age and we'll write here print eligible. Okay. Then we also understand how to like insert else in it. Okay. With the here we also do a mini activity also. Okay. So we are also discuss some of the mistakes here, and I have also put the proc here because people definitely do the mistakes, and we brought here a correct code. It is like a debugging activity we have done here. Okay. We have discussed some of the practice programs here. I will definitely advise you to please do these questions at your after the lecture because it is really important. Okay. So we have completed the lecture, our lecture mostly, and also revised it at the last. Okay. So now we take a quick quiz of this. So the first question of the quiz is which Python statement executes only when a condition is true? So the answer for this is, you already know it is the if statement. Okay. For the question two, which statement is used when there are multiple conditions? So for that, our if, elif, and else are used. For the question three, which logical operator returns true when all conditions are true? So for the answer here is and. And for the question four, which logical operator returns true if at least one condition is true? Only at least one condition. So it is or. For the question 5, which operator reverses a Boolean value? So it is not. Which operator used for comparison? You already know. Double equal to comparison operator. Then the why is indentation is important in Python. So here the indentation is important here because it defines a block of code that tells Python that each statement belongs together here. In other programming languages, we use the curly brackets. Okay, so we have also given you some of the challenges you should already learn. For the today's, I only want to say that programming is a skill that improves with practice. Every programmer, even experienced professional, makes mistakes while writing code. So the main thing not to avoid the mistakes, work on these mistakes and understand how this works. Don't do it only about it, otherwise you will stuck in the tutorial hell. Keep practice consistently and you will notice the confidence in problem solving skills in every program you write. So thank you for watching this lecture. I hope you have a clear understanding of conditional statements in Python. In the next lecture, we will begin our loops in Python and learn how to repeat tasks automatically without writing the same code again. I will advise you to firstly read a little about of the read about loops, so you can't get stuck in between. Or because for some people, loops can get very confusing at first time. So until then, practice with today's one. Experiment with different inputs and try creating a few small projects of your own. So till then, do coding, happy coding, and bye.